deep in the basement of Yale's Beinecke Library sits a book that makes scholars whisper. Before we go any further into this story, if you want a brand new American mystery every single night, subscribe. One tap and a new story is waiting for you every evening. The manuscript rests behind thick glass like a sleeping animal. Its pages glow pale yellow under the soft lights. Strange symbols dance across the parchment in neat rows. Plants that never grew on earth bloom in careful detail along the margins. They call it the Voynich Manuscript, the most mysterious book in the world. 600 years old, they say. Written in a language nobody can read, filled with drawings of impossible flowers and naked women standing in green pools, charts of stars that don't match any constellation, recipes written in code that might cure everything or kill you. But here's what they don't tell you in the textbooks. The book didn't come from some dusty European monastery. It came from America, from a small town in Connecticut where the autumn leaves turn gold and red like the pages of an ancient book. The official story goes like this. In 1912, a rare book dealer named Wilfrid Voynich bought the manuscript from Jesuit priests in Italy. He found it tucked away in their library, forgotten for centuries. The priests needed money. Voynich needed something special, a perfect trade between old world and new. The priests told him the book once belonged to Emperor Rudolf II of Bohemia, a man who collected wonders like other people collect coins. Rudolf paid 600 gold ducats for it in the 1600s. More money than most people saw in a lifetime. The book passed through royal hands and scholarly fingers until it ended up with the Jesuits. Safe, hidden, forgotten. That's the story they wrote in the history books. Clean, simple, European. But stories have a way of leaving things out. The truth is messier. The truth starts in a place called Glastonbury, Connecticut. Not the famous Glastonbury in England with its ancient abbey and Arthurian legends. This Glastonbury sits quiet along the Connecticut River, a place where Native Americans once gathered wild rice and European settlers built mills that still turn slowly in the current. Wilfrid Voynich never went to Italy in 1912. He went to Connecticut, to a house that sat on land cedar chest that smelled like centuries. The manuscript wasn't 600 years old when Voynich found it. It was older, much older, old enough that the ink seemed to breathe with its own life, old enough that the parchment felt warm to the touch, even on cold mornings, old enough that the symbols seemed to shift when nobody was looking. The plants drawn in its pages don't grow in Europe. They grow here, along the shores of the Great Lakes, in the deep forests of the Northeast, in places where the Ojibwe and Cherokee walked long before Columbus ever dreamed of sailing west. Plants that heal, plants that harm, plants that open doors between worlds. The women in the drawings don't look European either. Their faces are broader, their hair darker, their bodies painted with symbols that match petroglyphs found in caves from Minnesota to Georgia. They stand in pools that look exactly like the sacred springs that bubble up from the earth in a dozen hidden places across New England. The star charts don't match European skies. They match the view from North America, from a place where someone stood and watched the heavens wheel overhead and drew what they saw with careful precision. Someone who knew the stars like old friends. Someone who understood their patterns and their power. But acknowledging any of this would mean admitting something impossible. It would mean admitting that someone in America was creating illuminated manuscript centuries before Europeans arrived. Someone who knew secrets that scholars still can't crack. Someone who understood the natural world in ways that make modern science look like finger painting. So they created a different story, a safer story, a story that kept the mystery European and the timeline neat. They said Voynich found it in Italy because that made sense. They said it was medieval because that fit the narrative. They said it was written in an unknown European language because that preserved the proper order of things. The manuscript sits in its climate-controlled case now. Tourists press their faces to the glass and wonder at its strangeness. Scholars debate its origins in academic papers that dance around the truth like moths around a flame. Digital copies spread across the internet where amateur code breakers try to solve its riddles. But the real mystery isn't what the book says. The real mystery is is why they worked so hard to hide where it came from. Why they needed the world to believe it was born in European monasteries instead of American soil. Why they couldn't let anyone know that this impossible book was always ours. New Haven in 1912 smelled like coal smoke and wet leaves. The city wore autumn like an old coat, comfortable and familiar. Gas lamps flickered along Elm Street as carriages clattered over cobblestones, still damp from morning rain. The air carried the scent of wood fires from faculty homes and the sharp bite of November wind off Long Island Sound. Yale University stood like a Gothic fortress in the heart of Connecticut. Its stone towers reached toward gray skies that promised snow. Ivy clung to limestone walls, red and gold in the dying light. Students in wool coats hurried between buildings, their breath visible in small white puffs. The campus felt ancient even though most of its buildings were younger than the trees that shaded them. Sterling Memorial Library wouldn't exist for another 15 years. The Beinecke Rare Book Library was still decades away from its marble birth. In 1912, Yale's precious manuscripts lived in smaller spaces, cramped rooms where steam radiators hissed, and scholars bent over wooden desks under electric bulbs that cast harsh shadows. Wilfrid Voynich walked these streets like a man carrying secrets. His bookshop on East 46th Street in Manhattan was already famous among collectors. Rare manuscripts passed through his hands like water through a sieve. Some legitimate, some questionable, all profitable. He dressed in dark suits that spoke of European sophistication. His accent carried traces of Poland and England, places where a man learned to navigate between truth and necessity. The train from New York brought him north through countryside painted in rust and amber. Connecticut in November looked like a watercolor left in the rain. Bare trees stood like ink sketches against pale sky. Stone walls divided fields where corn stubble poked through frost. Farmhouses sat in hollows between hills, smoke rising straight up from their chimneys in the still air. New Haven's train station bustled with the energy of a college town. Students returning from weekend trips home. Faculty members traveling to conferences businessmen in bowler hats reading newspapers that spoke of distant wars and changing times. The platform smelled of coal dust and coffee from the station cafe. Voynich carried a leather satchel that never left his side. Inside lay documents that would reshape how the world understood medieval manuscripts, or so the story would go. The truth was more complicated, like most truths involving rare books and ambitious dealers. Yale's faculty lived in houses that tried to look older than they were. Tudor revivals with diamond-paned windows and slate roofs. Colonial reproductions with white columns and black shutters. Gardens where the last roses of the season hung heavy on thorny stems. Maple trees dropped leaves like golden coins on brick walkways. The university's rare book collection lived in Sterling Library's predecessor, a building that felt more like a gentleman's club than a repository of ancient knowledge. Dark wood paneling absorbed light from tall windows. Persian rugs covered floors that creaked under the weight of centuries-old wisdom. The air smelled of leather bindings and the lemon oil used to polish reading tables. Professor George Lincoln Burr kept his office on the third floor. Medieval history was his specialty, though his interests wandered into stranger territories. Manuscripts that didn't fit established timelines. Documents that challenged accepted narratives about who knew what when. His desk sat buried under papers written in languages most scholars couldn't read. The Connecticut River wound through the landscape like a silver ribbon. Native peoples had followed its course for thousands of years before Europeans arrived. Their paths became colonial roads. Their settlements became American towns. But their knowledge, their understanding of this land and its secrets, that disappeared into archives and private collections. November light in New England has a quality that exists nowhere else. Thin and gray, it makes everything look like an old photograph. Shadows fall long even at midday. The sun hangs low in the sky, pale as winter butter. This light touched the manuscript when Voynich first opened its pages in a room overlooking the campus quad. Steam heat hissed through iron radiators. Electric lights buzzed with the inconsistent power of early electrical electrical systems. Outside, bare branches tapped against windows like fingers seeking entry. The manuscript lay open on a reading table, its vellum pages yellow as old honey under the artificial light. Yale in 1912 was a place where ambitious men gathered to reshape knowledge according to their vision, where inconvenient truths could be filed away and convenient narratives could be born, where a mysterious manuscript from unknown origins could acquire a respectable European pedigree and a story that fit the proper order of things. The real question wasn't how Yale got their hands on something impossible. The real question was why they needed to make it possible by changing where it came from. Wilfrid Voynich moved through the world like a man carrying secrets in his coat pockets. Short and compact, with wire-rimmed glasses that caught the light when he turned his head. His hands were always clean, fingernails trimmed precise as a surgeon's. He spoke with a slight Polish accent that made every word sound deliberate, chosen with care. You could find him most mornings in the rare book rooms of New England's finest libraries. He wore the same dark wool coat winter and summer, its pockets deep enough to hold folded papers and small leather notebooks. His shoes made no sound on marble floors. Librarians learned to recognize his quiet knock on reading room doors. Voynich had built his reputation buying and selling manuscripts that other dealers wouldn't touch. Books with questionable histories. Documents that appeared in estate sales with no clear chain of ownership. He understood that the most valuable stories were often the ones nobody wanted to tell. His wife Ethel worked beside him in their cramped office above a bookshop in Manhattan. She had trained as a chemist before marriage, and her knowledge of paper and ink proved more useful than any university degree. While Wilfrid negotiated with sellers, Ethel examined the physical evidence. She could tell you the age of vellum by touch, identify mineral-based inks by their color under magnification. Together, they formed a partnership that made them wealthy. Wilfrid found the books. Ethel authenticated them. Both understood that authentication was as much about storytelling as science. The third figure in this story wore clerical robes and answered to Father Peterson. He served as librarian at a Jesuit college in Connecticut, though his real work happened in the basement archives. Tall and thin, with hands stained permanent brown from handling old leather bindings, he moved through the stacks like a ghost, appearing suddenly beside researchers who thought they were alone. Peterson had spent 20 years cataloging the college's collection. Books donated by wealthy Catholic families, manuscripts inherited from European monasteries, documents that arrived in wooden crates with shipping labels too faded to read. He knew which items had proper documentation and which had simply appeared one day as if they had always belonged. The priest kept 2 sets of records: official catalogs for visiting scholars and church inspectors, private notes written in Latin, hidden inside a hollowed-out copy of Augustine's Confessions. These notes told different stories about the same books. In the autumn of 1912, these 3 people found themselves connected by a manuscript that should not have existed. Voynich had heard whispers about it through his network of dealers and collectors. A book written in an unknown script, filled with drawings of impossible plants. Something that had been quietly moved between private hands for decades. Ethel had seen photographs, blurry images that showed pages covered in symbols that resembled no known language. The plant illustrations looked precise, scientific, but depicted species that grew nowhere on Earth, or at least nowhere in Europe. Father Peterson held the actual manuscript in his basement archive. It had arrived 5 years earlier in a donation from the estate of a Hartford industrialist. No letter of provenance, no explanation, just a note in the donor's handwriting that said, "From the Connecticut collection, origin uncertain." The priest had spent those 5 years trying to understand what he possessed. The vellum was genuine, aged properly. The inks showed the right kind of fading, but something about the manuscript felt wrong. The binding was too new, the pages too clean. Most troubling were the plant drawings, which looked like species he recognized from walks in New England forests, but rendered as if they were exotic specimens from distant lands. When Voynich finally arranged to examine the manuscript, he brought Ethel with him. They traveled to Connecticut on a gray November filled with magnifying glasses and chemical testing strips. Voynich brought only his notebook and his ability to see opportunity where others saw problems. Father Peterson met them at the college gates. He led them through corridors that smelled of beeswax and old wood, down stone steps to the basement archives. Electric bulbs hung from the ceiling on long cords, casting pools of yellow light between stretches of shadow. The manuscript waited on a reading table, closed and wrapped in white cloth. When Peterson pulled away the covering, all three people understood they were looking at something that would change their lives. The question was whether they would tell the truth about what they found, or create a story the world could accept. Outside, November wind rattled the basement windows. Steam pipes knocked and hissed. The manuscript lay open between them like a bridge, connecting what they knew with what they feared to discover. The manuscript measured 9 inches by 6 inches, bound in worn vellum that felt soft as old leather gloves. Ethel Voynich ran her fingers along the edges, noting how the pages had been cut and rebound at least twice. The binding showed American craftsmanship from the 1800s, not medieval European work. She made careful notes while her husband examined the text. Wilfrid opened to the first page and found himself staring at symbols that looked like nothing he had ever seen in 20 years of manuscript dealing. The ink was brown-black, applied with a quill pen in steady, confident strokes. Someone had written this text with purpose and care, not as a hoax or curiosity. The letters flowed together in patterns that suggested real language, real meaning. Father Peterson brought them tea in china cups while they worked. The basement grew warm from the steam pipes. Outside, bare branches scraped against the windows. The three of them settled into the quiet rhythm of examination and discovery. This was how manuscript work always went. Hours of careful looking, gentle turning of pages, the slow accumulation of details that might add up to understanding. The drawings fascinated Ethel most. Page after page showed plants rendered in green and brown inks, with roots and leaves and flowers drawn by someone who understood botanical illustration. But these were not European plants. The root systems looked like ginseng and bloodroot, native to American forests. The leaf patterns matched species that grew in Connecticut woodlands. Several drawings showed plants that only flourished near the Great Lakes region. Wilfrid focused on the text itself. The symbols appeared consistently throughout the manuscript, suggesting a real writing system rather than random marks. Certain letter combinations repeated in patterns that reminded him of Latin, but the shapes belonged to no alphabet he recognized. The writing filled 240 pages, dense paragraphs broken by elaborate diagrams and illustrations. The astronomical section showed star charts that matched North American skies, not European ones. The constellation patterns were accurate for viewing from somewhere around the 40th parallel, roughly the latitude of Connecticut and New York. Whoever created this manuscript had observed the heavens from American soil. Father Peterson explained how the manuscript came to the college. A local family had donated it along with other books and papers from their ancestors' estate. The ancestor was a colonial era physician who had practiced in the Connecticut River Valley during the 1600s. His papers included medical recipes, land deeds, and correspondence with other doctors. The strange manuscript had been wrapped separately, with a note saying it contained Indian knowledge of healing plants. Ethel examined the pigments under her magnifying glass. The green ink came from copper compounds mixed with plant dyes. The brown ink showed iron gall characteristics, made from oak galls and iron sulfate. Both types of ink could be produced in colonial America using materials available to any educated person. The vellum itself was high quality, but showed no signs of medieval European preparation methods. The three of them worked through the afternoon as gray light faded from the basement windows. Father Peterson lit more electric bulbs. The manuscript pages glowed yellow under the artificial light. Steam radiators clicked and whispered. The college grew quiet as students headed to dinner. Wilfrid made his decision during those quiet hours. The manuscript was extraordinary, clearly the work of someone with deep knowledge of plants, astronomy, and writing systems. its American origin would make it less valuable to European collectors who wanted medieval mysteries, not colonial curiosities. The academic world craved ancient secrets from distant lands, not homegrown enigmas from their own backyard. He offered Father Peterson a fair price for the manuscript, along with a promise to study it properly and preserve it for future scholars. The priest accepted, grateful to see the strange book go to someone who appreciated its uniqueness. They agreed the manuscript would benefit from careful research in a major library where experts could examine it properly. Ethel wrapped the manuscript in clean white cloth, while Wilfrid wrote out a bank draft. The transaction felt ordinary, routine, like buying any other old book. None of them spoke about what they had really found. The basement archive returned to its usual silence. Father Peterson locked the door behind them. They took the evening train back to New York, the manuscript safe in Ethel's leather satchel. Through the train windows, Connecticut forests rolled past in the darkness. Bare trees stood like black ink drawings against the winter sky. The manuscript rested between them, carrying its secrets toward a future where its true origin would become the most carefully guarded mystery of all. The train wheels clicked against the rails, counting out miles and minutes. Soon they would be home, and the real work would begin. Three days after they returned to New York, Wilfrid received a telephone call that changed everything. The voice belonged to a colleague at Columbia University, Dr. Marcus Whitfield, who specialized in medieval manuscripts. His words came through the crackling connection with unusual urgency. Voynich, I need to see you immediately. Something extraordinary has happened. They met that afternoon in Whitfield's cluttered office overlooking Broadway. Stacks of ancient texts covered every surface like paper mountains. The winter light filtered through tall windows, casting long shadows across the room. Whitfield paced behind his desk, his hands shaking slightly as he spoke. I received a cable from Rome yesterday, from the Vatican Library itself. He paused, looking directly at Wilfrid. They're asking about a manuscript, a very specific manuscript that matches exactly what you described to me last week. Wilfrid felt something cold settle in his stomach. He had mentioned the Connecticut discovery to Whitfield in casual conversation, describing the strange symbols and botanical drawings. Nothing more than scholarly gossip between old friends. What did they want to know? Whitfield pulled out a yellow telegram and read from it carefully. They asked if any American collectors had recently acquired a manuscript with plant illustrations and unknown script. They mentioned it might have come from a monastery in Connecticut. He set the telegram down with deliberate precision. Wilfrid, they specifically mentioned Connecticut. The room fell silent, except for the distant sound of traffic below. Wilfrid studied his colleague's face, searching for any sign of jest or confusion. He found none. That's impossible. Father Peterson told us the manuscript had been in their collection for decades. A donation from a European monastery that closed during the war. Whitfield shook his head slowly. I made some inquiries after receiving that cable. Discreet ones, you understand. There is no record of any European monastery donating manuscripts to that particular church in Connecticut. None at all. The implications hung between them like smoke. Wilfrid thought back to his conversation with Father Peterson, remembering the priest's careful words, his reluctance to discuss the manuscript's history in detail, the way he had seemed almost relieved to see it go. What else did Rome say? They mentioned that a similar manuscript was reported missing from their archives sometime in the 1890s, a text they described as extremely valuable and historically significant. Whitfield's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. They believe it may have been taken to America during a period of political upheaval in Italy. Wilfrid walked to the window and stared down at the busy street. Horse-drawn carriages mixed with the occasional automobile, creating a scene that felt suspended between two different worlds. Much like the manuscript itself, he realized. Did you tell them anything? I said I would make inquiries among American collectors and respond if I learned anything useful. Whitfield joined him at the window. But Wilfrid, there's something else. Something I haven't told you yet. The older man's reflection looked troubled in the glass. His next words came slowly, as if he was still deciding whether to speak them at all. I've been researching that monastery in Connecticut since our conversation. the building itself, the parish records, everything I could find. He turned away from the window. The church was built in 1847. The basement archive was added in 1852. But according to every record I can locate, they never received any donations from European monasteries. Not during the war, not ever. Wilfrid felt the world shift slightly beneath his feet. The comfortable story Father Peterson had told them was dissolving like morning mist. Then, where did the manuscript come from? That's what I intend to find out. Whitfield returned to his desk and pulled out a thick folder. I've been corresponding with colleagues in Europe, checking monastery records, looking for any mention of manuscripts sent to America. So far, I've found nothing that matches. The folder contained copies of letters, telegrams, and handwritten notes. Months of careful research spread across the desk like pieces of an unsolved puzzle. Whitfield had been investigating long before their chance conversation. You knew something was wrong from the beginning. I suspected. The story never quite fit together properly. Whitfield sat down heavily in his chair. Medieval manuscripts don't simply appear in small-town church basements without proper documentation, especially not manuscripts like the one you described. Outside, the afternoon light was fading into evening. Gas lamps flickered to life along Broadway, creating pools of warm yellow light in the gathering darkness. The city was transforming itself for night, but inside the office, two men sat surrounded by questions that had no easy answers. The manuscript they thought they understood was becoming something else entirely. Something that didn't belong to any simple story about European monasteries or wartime donations. Something that had been waiting in that Connecticut basement for the right person to ask the right questions. Word traveled fast in small towns like Fairfield. By the time Voynich returned to Connecticut the following week, half the village knew about the strange book with pictures nobody could understand. The other half had heard 3 different versions of the story, each one stranger than the last. Mrs. Eleanor Hartwell ran the general store on Main Street. She had lived in Fairfield for 63 years and remembered when her grandmother used to tell stories about the old days. My grandmother always said there were books hidden in these parts. She told anyone who would listen. Books that came from before the Europeans arrived. Books that told secrets about the land itself. The story grew with each telling. At Morrison's Tavern, men gathered around tables sticky with spilled ale and spoke in low voices about manuscripts that appeared and disappeared like morning mist. Some claimed their own families had stories about strange writings found in root cellars and forgotten attics. Thomas Brennan, whose family had farmed the same land for 4 generations, remembered finding pages covered in symbols when he was clearing his grandfather's barn. Threw them in the fire, he admitted with a shake of his head, "Wish I hadn't now. They looked something like what you're describing." The local pastor, Reverend William Morse, had his own theory. He stood at his pulpit that Sunday morning and spoke about mysteries that tested faith. "There are things in this world we are not meant to understand," he said, his voice carrying across the wooden pews. Perhaps this manuscript is one of them. But it was old Henrik Larsson who told the most interesting story. Larsson had come from Norway 30 years earlier and settled on a farm outside town. He spoke English with a thick accent that made people lean closer to catch his words. "In my country, we have stories about books like this," he said, sitting on the porch of the general store while autumn leaves drifted around his feet. Books that belonged to the people who lived in the forests before Christianity came. Books that showed how to read the language of plants and stones. Larsson's weathered hands moved as he spoke, sketching shapes in the air. "My grandfather told me about a manuscript his grandfather had seen, covered in drawings of plants that grew in places where the old gods still walked. The church burned it, of course, called it devil's work." The Norwegian farmer paused to light his pipe, the match flame dancing in the growing twilight. But maybe some of those books found their way across the ocean. Maybe they came here with people who knew how to keep secrets. Dr. Samuel Whitfield made his own quiet inquiries during his second visit to Fairfield. He spoke with the town historian, a thin woman named Margaret Foster, who kept careful records in a ledger bound with cracked leather. She showed him entries dating back to the 1600s, handwritten accounts of strange strange discoveries and unexplained events. There's a pattern, Foster explained, running her finger down columns of faded ink. Every 20 or 30 years, someone finds something they can't explain. Usually papers or books covered in symbols. Sometimes they bring them to the church. Sometimes they just disappear. Foster opened another ledger, this one even older. The pages were yellow as old butter and smelled like dried flowers. Look at this entry from 1847. A farmer named Josiah Webb found a collection of papers in a hollow tree. The description matches what you're looking for. Whitfield read the careful script by lamplight. Webb had described pages covered in drawings of plants and strange circular diagrams. He had taken them to the local minister, who declared them heathen writings and ordered them destroyed. But here's the interesting part, Foster continued, turning to another page. Webb's son later claimed his father had hidden copies before taking them to the church, said he buried them somewhere on the property. The Webb farm had been sold and resold over the decades. The current owner, a man named Charles Morton, had never heard of any buried manuscripts. But when Whitfield asked about unusual discoveries on the property, Morton's expression changed. "Funny you should ask," Morton said, scratching his beard. "Last spring, when we were digging a new well, we hit something hard about 6 feet down. Looked like it might have been a metal box, but it was too corroded to open properly. We just filled the hole back in and moved the well site." The stories multiplied like ripples on a pond. Each conversation led to another name, another family, another tale of mysterious writings found and lost. The manuscript Voynich had discovered was beginning to look less like an isolated mystery and more like the visible tip of something much larger, something that had been hiding in American soil for longer than anyone wanted to admit. The women started drawing the plants in 1692. That's what the records show, anyway, hidden in the margins of church ledgers and tucked between pages of family Bibles. Small sketches at first, careful lines that captured something the words couldn't hold. Sarah Whitmore was the first one anyone remembered by name. She lived near what would later become the Webb farm, in a cabin that faced the morning sun. Her husband worked the fields while she tended a garden that neighbors called unusual. Plants that didn't belong in Connecticut soil somehow thrived under her care. The other women in the settlement whispered about Sarah's garden, how she grew herbs that bloomed in impossible colors, how her vegetables grew larger and sweeter than anything else in the valley, how she seemed to know things about the earth that the men who cleared the forests had never learned. Sarah kept a journal, not the kind of journal women were supposed to keep, filled with prayers and household accounts. This one was different. Page after page of detailed drawings. Plants with spiral leaves that twisted like smoke. Flowers that seemed to glow even in charcoal sketches. Root systems that spread in patterns that looked almost like writing. When the witch trials started in Salem, the fear spread like wildfire through every Puritan settlement. Sarah's neighbors began to look at her garden with different eyes. Those unusual plants suddenly seemed dangerous. Those careful drawings looked like something darker than botany. Sarah disappeared on an October morning in 1692. Her husband found her journal hidden beneath a loose floorboard. He burned most of it in the fireplace that same day, but he kept 3 pages. 3 pages of drawings that he couldn't bring himself to destroy. The plants in those drawings didn't match anything in any European botanical guide. The leaves were wrong. The flower structures defied classification. The root patterns suggested something that European science had no words for. Other women had been drawing too. Martha Webb, who would later marry into the family that owned the farm where Voynich made his discovery. Elizabeth Morton, whose descendants still lived in the area when Charles Morton dug his well. Hannah Foster, whose great-great-granddaughter would one day show those drawings to a curious antiquarian named Whitfield. They all drew the same plants, plants that seemed to exist in a space between the known and unknown, between the European understanding of nature and something older, something that had been growing in American soil long before the first ships arrived. The women learned from someone. That much was clear from the consistency of their drawings. The same techniques, the same attention to detail, the same way of capturing not just how the plants looked, but how they felt, how they moved in the wind, changed with the seasons. The Ojibwe called them the spirit plants. Plants that grew in places where the earth remembered old ceremonies, where medicine women had once gathered to share knowledge that couldn't be written in any European language, knowledge that could only be passed from hand to hand, from eye to eye, from one careful drawing to another. When the French missionaries arrived in the Great Lakes region, they found indigenous women creating detailed botanical illustrations on birchbark scrolls, the same spiral patterns, the same impossible flowers, the same root systems that looked like ancient writing. The missionaries called it devil's work. They burned the scrolls when they could find them, but some of the indigenous women had already shared their knowledge with European women who lived on the edges of settlements. Women who understood that some kinds of wisdom needed to be hidden to survive. The drawings spread through networks that existed in the spaces between official history, passed from mother to daughter, hidden in recipe books and sewing baskets, copied onto whatever paper could be found and tucked away for safekeeping. By the time Wilfrid Voynich arrived in Connecticut, those drawings had been circulating for more than 2 centuries, copied and recopied, gathered into collections, bound into books that looked like medieval manuscripts, but told a different story entirely. The women who drew the plants understood something that the men who studied them never grasped. These weren't just botanical illustrations. They were maps. Maps of a knowledge system that connected indigenous wisdom with European techniques. Maps of plants that grew in the borderlands between 2 worlds. The Voynich Manuscript wasn't medieval at all. It was American, created by women who learned to hide their knowledge in plain sight, who made their drawings look ancient and foreign so no one would ask where they really came from. The plants in those pages grew in American soil, drew their life from American earth, bloomed under American skies, but they carried the memory of older knowledge, knowledge that had been growing in this land long before anyone thought to write it down. Margaret Running Bear knew the symbols before she ever saw the manuscript. Her grandmother had drawn them in the dirt outside their cabin near Leech Lake, traced them with a stick while she told stories about the plants that grew where the water met the land. same spirals and curves that scholars at Yale called mysterious, the same flowing lines that experts claimed came from medieval Europe. Margaret worked as a translator for the Bureau of Indian Affairs in 1952. She spoke Ojibwe, English, and enough Latin to help missionaries understand the old prayers. When a researcher from New Haven brought photographs of the Voynich pages to her office, he wanted help with what he called unknown pictographs. He spread the images across her desk like he was showing her artifacts from another world. She recognized them immediately. The spiral that meant water flowing underground. The branching pattern that showed how roots connected to stems. The dots and dashes that marked the seasons when each plant should be gathered. Her grandmother had taught her these symbols when she was 7 years old. They weren't mysterious at all. They were instructions. The researcher leaned forward in his chair. He smelled like pipe tobacco and old books. He pointed to a page covered with drawings of plants that looked like nothing European botanists had ever catalogued. "We think this might be some kind of alchemical code," he said. "Perhaps a cipher used by medieval monks." Margaret traced one of the symbols with her finger. It marked the time of year when wild rice turned golden in the shallow lakes. Another showed the depth where certain roots grew best. A third indicated which parts of a plant were safe to eat and which parts could heal. "These aren't codes," she said quietly. "They're teaching tools." The researcher wrote notes in a leather journal. He asked her to explain each symbol she recognized. Margaret found herself caught between two worlds. She could translate the markings, but doing so felt like giving away something that wasn't hers to share. These symbols belonged to the women who had passed them down through generations. They carried knowledge that had been carefully protected for good reason. She told him about the basic plant markers, the symbols for water and earth and growing seasons. But she didn't mention the deeper meanings. The way certain combinations of marks indicated which plants could be used together, which ones required special prayers, which ones connected to stories that held the real power. Some knowledge was meant to stay within the community that created it. The researcher left Minnesota with pages of notes. He published a paper 6 months later about possible Native American influences in the Voynich Manuscript. He he suggested that medieval scholars might have encountered indigenous knowledge systems during early exploration. He made it sound like the symbols were borrowed fragments, pieces of native wisdom that had somehow drifted into European manuscripts. Margaret kept her own copy of the photographs. She showed them to her aunt, who had learned the plant symbols from the same grandmother. Her aunt laughed when she saw the pages. "They made it look so fancy," she said. "All that decoration around the edges, like they were trying to make it seem important. The elaborate borders and ornate lettering were European additions. Decorations meant to disguise the simple truth underneath. The symbols themselves told a different story. They showed plants that grew in the wetlands around the Great Lakes, marked the cycles of seasons that belonged to northern forests, indicated growing conditions that existed in Minnesota and Wisconsin and Michigan, not in medieval Europe, not in ancient monasteries, in the places where Ojibwe women had been gathering and preparing these plants for centuries. Margaret began to understand what had really happened. Someone had collected these symbols, gathered them from various sources, and combined them into a single manuscript, added European-style illustrations and decorative elements to make the whole thing look ancient and foreign, created a mystery where none existed. The Voynich Manuscript wasn't a medieval puzzle waiting to be solved. It was a collection of indigenous knowledge that had been disguised and displaced. She never published her findings, never wrote papers, or gave lectures about what she had discovered. The knowledge belonged to her people, and she had no intention of turning it into academic curiosity. But she kept the photographs, stored them in a wooden box with other family documents. Sometimes she would take them out and trace the familiar symbols with her finger. The spirals that meant water flowing underground, the branching patterns that showed how all growing things connected, the dots and dashes that marked the rhythm of seasons in a land that remembered everything. The symbols weren't mysterious at all. They were home. Margaret wasn't the only one who noticed things moving around in the shadows of academia. Other people saw what happened that autumn night in 1962 when the manuscript changed hands again. When Yale decided they needed better security for their most valuable acquisitions. Thomas Brennan worked the night shift at Sterling Library, had been walking those halls for 15 years, checking locks and watching for anything unusual. He knew every creak in the old building, every shadow that belonged, and every one that didn't. I was making my rounds around 2 in the morning. Thomas told his wife the next day. His voice carried that careful tone people use when they're not sure anyone will believe them. 3 men in dark coats were carrying wooden crates down the main corridor, moving real quiet like they didn't want to wake anyone. Thomas had seen plenty of late-night deliveries over the years. Rare books and manuscripts arrived at odd hours all the time, but something felt different about this group. They moved with purpose, but also with secrecy, like they were handling something that shouldn't exist. I asked if they needed help. Thomas continued. The tall one just shook his head and kept walking, never said a word. But I could smell something strange coming from those crates, like old paper mixed with something else. Something that reminded me of my grandmother's herb garden back in Ireland. The men disappeared into the basement levels, where the climate-controlled storage rooms kept the most sensitive materials. Thomas finished his rounds, but couldn't shake the feeling that he had witnessed something important, something that would matter later. 3 days after that night, the Voynich Manuscript officially entered Yale's collection. The paperwork showed it had been donated by an anonymous benefactor, someone who wanted to ensure the manuscript would be properly preserved and studied. But Thomas knew what he had seen. Those weren't donation papers being filed. Those were transfer documents. Evidence that something had been moved from one hiding place to another. Sarah Chen worked in the acquisitions department during those years. She processed the paperwork for new additions to the library's collection, kept careful records of where things came from and how they arrived. Her job required attention to detail and a good memory for faces. The manuscript appeared in our system overnight. Sarah remembered years later when she finally decided to talk about what she had witnessed. One day it wasn't there. The next day it was listed as one of our most important holdings. But the documentation didn't match our usual procedures. Sarah had tried to trace the manuscript's path through the system, wanted to understand how something so valuable could appear without the proper authentication process. But every time she asked questions, her supervisor told her to focus on other projects, to let someone else handle the medieval materials. I kept copies of everything, Sarah admitted. Call it professional curiosity, or maybe just stubbornness. But I knew something wasn't right about how that manuscript got here. The donor forms were filled out in different handwriting. The dates didn't line up with the delivery schedules, and the authentication stamps looked newer than they should have. Sarah discovered that the manuscript had been moved at least 3 times before arriving at Yale. First, from a private collection in Connecticut, then to a temporary storage facility in Massachusetts, finally to New Haven in the middle of the night with minimal documentation. Someone wanted that manuscript to disappear from its original location, Sarah concluded. Wanted it to become part of an official collection where it would be safe, but also controlled, where access could be limited and questions could be discouraged. The most telling witness came from an unexpected source. Father Michael O'Brien had been visiting Yale's library that week to research medieval religious texts. He was staying at a nearby hotel and often took late-night walks to clear his mind after long days of reading. I saw the trucks, Father O'Brien told his congregation months later during a sermon about hidden truths. 3 vehicles parked behind Sterling Library at an hour when nothing should have been moving. Men in suits carrying wooden boxes like they were transporting something sacred. Father O'Brien had spent decades working with ancient manuscripts. He recognized the careful handling and protective packaging that surrounded truly valuable documents. But he also noticed something else. The men weren't wearing the white gloves that scholars use when handling medieval materials. They were wearing work gloves, heavy leather gloves like people use when they're moving things that might be dangerous. I prayed for whatever was in those boxes, Father O'Brien concluded. Prayed that it would find its way to people who would treat it with proper respect. But I also wondered why such care was being taken to hide something that should have been celebrated. Truth doesn't usually travel in unmarked trucks at 2 in the morning. The witnesses never compared their stories, never realized they had all seen pieces of the same carefully orchestrated transfer. The witnesses never compared their stories, never realized they had all seen pieces of the same carefully orchestrated transfer. But someone else was watching too. Someone who had been tracking the manuscript's movements for months before it ever reached New Haven. Professor Marcus Whitfield taught medieval studies at Harvard. He specialized in illuminated manuscripts and had spent 15 years building relationships with private collectors across New England. Whitfield knew about rare books the way a bloodhound knows scents. He could smell a significant discovery from 3 states away. In the spring of 1912, Whitfield received a letter that made his hands shake. The letter came from a dealer in Boston who occasionally helped him acquire materials for Harvard's collection. The dealer had heard whispers about something extraordinary, a manuscript unlike anything anyone had seen before, written in an unknown script, filled with botanical illustrations that didn't match any known plants. The dealer thought Harvard might be interested. Whitfield caught the next train to Boston. He met the dealer at a small cafe near the harbor where the smell of salt air mixed with coffee and pipe tobacco. The dealer spoke in hushed tones about a book that had surfaced in Connecticut, a book that certain people were very eager to acquire, a book that might rewrite everything scholars thought they knew about medieval manuscripts. The dealer had seen photographs, crude images taken with poor lighting, but clear enough to reveal the manuscript's unusual nature. The script looked like no European writing system. The illustrations showed plants with impossible geometries, star charts that mapped constellations in unfamiliar patterns. The dealer estimated the manuscript contained over 200 pages of this mysterious content. Whitfield offered to buy the manuscript sight unseen. He authorized Harvard to pay whatever price the seller demanded. The dealer promised to arrange a meeting within the week. Whitfield returned to Cambridge and began preparing space in Harvard's rare book vault. He cleared his teaching schedule for the following month. He contacted colleagues in Europe who might help decipher the manuscript's secrets. The call never came. Whitfield contacted the dealer a week later. The man's voice sounded different, strained, apologetic. The manuscript was no longer available. Someone else had acquired it. Someone who had made an offer the seller couldn't refuse. The dealer wouldn't say who, wouldn't explain what had changed. He simply repeated that the book was gone and the matter was closed. Whitfield spent the next 6 months trying to trace the manuscript's path. He contacted every major collector between Boston and New York. He reached out to European dealers who specialized in medieval materials. He even hired a private investigator to follow leads that seemed promising. Every inquiry led to dead ends. Every potential source claimed to know nothing about any unusual manuscript. Then Whitfield heard about Wilfrid Voynich's discovery. The announcement appeared in scholarly journals in early 1913. Voynich claimed to have purchased a collection of manuscripts from a European monastery. Among the collection was a book written in an unknown script, a book filled with mysterious botanical illustrations, a book that scholars were already calling the most enigmatic manuscript ever discovered. Whitfield recognized the description immediately. This was the same manuscript the Boston dealer had offered to Harvard. The same book that had vanished without explanation. Somehow, it had reappeared in Voynich's collection with a completely different origin story. Whitfield wrote to Voynich requesting permission to examine the manuscript. Voynich replied politely but firmly. The manuscript was too fragile for extensive handling, too valuable to risk damage through unnecessary examination. Perhaps in the future, when proper conservation measures could be arranged, other scholars might be permitted limited access. That future never arrived during Whitfield's lifetime. Whitfield kept detailed notes about his failed attempt to acquire the manuscript. He recorded dates, names, and conversations. He preserved the dealer's original letter describing the book's Connecticut origins. He documented every dead end and every suspicious response to his inquiries. Whitfield suspected that powerful forces had intervened to redirect the manuscript's path. Forces that preferred certain stories over others. The professor's notes survived in Harvard's archives long after his death. They painted a picture of a manuscript that had been deliberately steered away from serious academic scrutiny, a book whose true origins had been obscured by carefully constructed legends about European monasteries and ancient libraries. Whitfield never learned why Harvard had been excluded from the manuscript story. He never discovered who had orchestrated its transfer to Yale, but his meticulous documentation proved that the Voynich Manuscript's official history contained significant gaps that suggested someone had worked very hard to control how the book's story would be told. The pattern was becoming clear to anyone willing to look closely enough. Professor Malcolm Whitfield kept digging, even after Harvard's doors closed to him. The rejection only sharpened his curiosity. He had spent 30 years studying medieval manuscripts. He knew the difference between authentic age and careful forgery. Something about the Voynich manuscript story felt wrong from the beginning. Whitfield began reaching out to colleagues across New England. He wrote letters to librarians, archivists, and private collectors. He asked simple questions about unusual books that might have surfaced in the early 1900s. The responses painted a troubling picture. Several people remembered hearing whispers about a strange illustrated book that had appeared in Connecticut around 1910. None of them could provide details, but the whispers had existed. The professor's breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A retired librarian from the Watkinson Library in Hartford wrote back with a curious memory. She recalled a conversation from the 1940s with an elderly man who claimed his grandfather had once owned a book full of impossible pictures. The man described plants that looked familiar but wrong somehow. Stars arranged in patterns that reminded him of Ojibwe star maps his grandmother had shown him as a child. Whitfield traveled to Hartford to meet with the librarian. Margaret Thornton was 83 years old and sharp as winter air. She led him through the library's back rooms to a small office filled with filing cabinets. The conversation she remembered had taken place during the war years. A man named Joseph Clearwater had come looking for information about his grandfather's estate. Clearwater's grandfather had been a trader who worked the routes between Connecticut and the Great Lakes region in the 1880s. The old man had collected unusual items during his travels: books, maps, carved stones, and bundles of bark covered with symbols. When he died in 1909, his family had sold most of his collection to pay debts. They kept only a few pieces that seemed valuable enough to interest collectors from the big cities. Margaret Thornton had encouraged Joseph Clearwater to document his grandfather's collection for historical purposes. She gave him forms to fill out and promised to help him research the item's origins. Clearwater never returned with the completed paperwork, but he had described one item in detail during their initial meeting. A book bound in soft leather with pages that felt different from any paper he had ever touched. The pages were covered with drawings of plants and symbols that reminded him of stories his grandmother told about the old medicine ways. Whitfield asked Margaret Thornton if she remembered anything else about the book's description. She closed her eyes and thought for a long moment. The plants had been drawn with incredible detail, Clearwater had said, but they were wrong somehow. Familiar shapes arranged in impossible ways. Roots that spiraled like water. Leaves that seemed to move even in the still drawings. The symbols looked almost like the pictographs his grandmother had taught him to read, but they were more complex, more layered with meaning. The professor spent weeks trying to track down Joseph Clearwater or his descendants. He found records of the family in Hartford's city directories through the 1950s. Then the trail went cold. No forwarding addresses, no death certificates, no marriage records. The Clearwater family had simply vanished from the public record. Whitfield's investigation led him to other curious gaps in the historical record. Several prominent collectors from the New York area had acquired unusual items from Connecticut estates between 1909 and 1912. The sales had been handled quietly through private dealers rather than public auctions. Most of the buyers had connections to major universities or museums. The pattern suggested a coordinated effort to acquire specific types of artifacts. The professor found evidence of at least 3 other manuscripts, or document collections that had disappeared from New England during the same period. All had been described as containing unusual symbols or pictographs. All had been sold to private collectors who later donated them to major institutions. But none of these items appeared in the institution's public catalogs. They had been absorbed into special collections that required advanced permission to access. Whitfield began to suspect that the Voynich Manuscript represented just one piece of a larger puzzle. Someone had been systematically collecting artifacts that challenged conventional understanding of pre-Columbian American history. The items were being preserved, but hidden from general scholarly access. The official stories about their origins were being carefully crafted to obscure their true significance. The professor's notes from this period reveal a growing sense of urgency. He believed he was close to uncovering evidence that would revolutionize understanding of early American history. But he also sensed that powerful forces were working to prevent that discovery. His letters to colleagues became more cautious. His research methods became more discreet. Malcolm Whitfield had learned that some knowledge carried dangerous implications. The professor never published his findings about the Voynich Manuscript's possible American origins. His research files were sealed after his death in 1967. They remained closed to scholars for 50 years. The basement of Sterling Library held secrets that most Yale students never imagined. 3 levels below the main reading room, past the restricted stacks, and through a door marked only with numbers, lay the university's most sensitive acquisitions. This was where they kept the items that didn't fit standard categories. The artifacts that raised uncomfortable questions about established timelines. In 1968, 1 year after Malcolm Whitfield's death, a graduate student named Sarah Chen was cataloging medieval manuscripts for her dissertation. She had special permission to access the sealed collections. Her advisor had connections to the library's inner circle. Sarah was documenting illuminated texts when she discovered something that shouldn't have existed. The storage room contained 17 wooden crates. Each bore shipping labels from the 1920s and 1930s. origins from monasteries across Europe. But when Sarah opened the crates, she found something different. Inside each box, wrapped in oiled cloth, were books that looked nothing like European manuscripts. The first volume she examined contained the same strange symbols as the Voynich Manuscript. But this book was bound in what appeared to be birch bark. The pages were made from a material she couldn't identify. It felt like paper, but had the texture of processed plant fiber. The illustrations showed the same impossible plants and astronomical diagrams, but the style was different, more primitive, as if someone had been learning to draw these symbols for the first time. Sarah photographed 3 pages before the head librarian discovered her work. Dr. Harrison Webb had overseen the special collections for 30 years. He was polite but firm. The crates were part of a private donation that hadn't been fully processed. Sarah would need to focus her research elsewhere. The photographs she had taken would need to remain with the library. They were not suitable for academic publication. But Sarah had already seen enough to change everything she thought she knew about the Voynich Manuscript. The books in those crates were clearly related to the famous codex. They shared the same symbolic language, the same artistic style, the same mysterious subject matter, but they appeared to be practice books, rough drafts, early attempts at creating the polished work that would later surface in Europe. The binding materials told their own story. Birch bark had been used by Native American tribes for centuries. The fiber pages resembled materials made from cattail reeds and other wetland plants. These were not European bookmaking techniques. They were methods developed in the forests and marshlands of North America. Sarah tried to return to the basement collections the following week. Dr. Webb informed her that the crates had been moved to a more secure location. They were being prepared for transfer to another institution. The university had decided they fell outside Yale's collecting mandate. Sarah never learned where the books were sent. She completed her dissertation on safer topics, but she never forgot what she had seen in those wooden crates. Years later, when she became a professor herself, she would sometimes mention the discovery to trusted colleagues. Most dismissed her account as academic folklore, the story of a graduate student who had misinterpreted what she was seeing. But Sarah knew what she had witnessed. Those books represented evidence that the Voynich Manuscript was not unique. It was part of a larger body of work, a collection of texts created using the same symbolic system, the same artistic traditions, the same impossible knowledge of plants and astronomy. The basement discovery suggested something that challenged everything scholars believed about pre-Columbian America. Someone in the New World had been creating sophisticated, illustrated manuscripts centuries before European contact. They had developed a complex symbolic language. They had recorded detailed knowledge of botanical and astronomical phenomena. They had bound their work using traditional Native American materials and techniques. The books in those crates appeared to be the original source material. The practice runs. The experimental attempts that led to the creation of the masterwork that would eventually be known as the Voynich Manuscript. Someone had taken the most polished example to Europe. They had created a false history about its origins. They had allowed it to surface in a context that would obscure its true significance. Sarah Chen never published her findings about the basement discovery. She learned to be cautious about challenging established academic narratives. But she kept copies of the photographs she had taken, hidden in her personal files, waiting for a time when the academic world might be ready to consider impossible possibilities. The basement of Sterling Library was renovated in 1975. The storage areas were reorganized and modernized. Any trace of the mysterious crates disappeared into the university's vast bureaucratic memory. But the implications of what Sarah had discovered continued to resonate through the small community of scholars who knew the real story. Someone had been systematically hiding evidence of advanced pre-Columbian American civilization. The Voynich Manuscript was just the most visible piece of a much larger puzzle. Dr. Marcus Whitfield read Sarah Chen's preliminary notes in his office at Columbia University. The winter light filtered through tall windows as he studied the photographs she had shared with a select few colleagues. Whitfield was known for his methodical approach to medieval manuscripts. He had spent 30 years cataloging European texts. He did not believe in academic conspiracies or hidden histories. The photographs troubled him deeply. Whitfield pulled out his collection of medieval castle floor plans. He had documented hundreds of European fortifications during his career. The architectural drawings in the Voynich Manuscript showed structures that followed no known European pattern. The walls curved in ways that medieval builders never attempted. The towers rose at angles that defied conventional engineering principles. He traced the lines with his finger. The proportions felt wrong. European castles followed strict mathematical relationships based on defensive needs. These structures seemed designed for entirely different purposes. The central courtyards were too large, the passages too wide. The whole design suggested a culture that built for ceremony rather than warfare. Whitfield contacted colleagues in Prague and Vienna. He sent copies of the architectural sections to experts who had studied Bohemian castle design for decades. Their responses came back within weeks. None of them recognized the building styles. The stonework patterns matched no known European tradition. The window placements followed no familiar aesthetic principles. Dr. Helena Moravec from Charles University was particularly direct in her assessment. She had cataloged every major castle built in Bohemia between 1200 and 1600. The structures in the Voynich Manuscript bore no resemblance to anything in her extensive database. The architectural vocabulary was completely foreign to European building traditions. The botanical sections presented even greater challenges for the skeptics. Whitfield consulted with Dr. James Morrison, a specialist in medieval herbalism at Oxford. Morrison had identified thousands of plants in illuminated manuscripts from across Europe. He could recognize regional variations in how scribes depicted common medicinal herbs. Morrison spent months studying the plant drawings from the Voynich Manuscript. His conclusion was unequivocal. The flora depicted in the manuscript did not match any known European species. The root systems were wrong. The leaf patterns followed unfamiliar genetic principles. The flowering appearing structures suggested plants that had evolved in completely different climatic conditions. Some of the plants resembled species native to the Great Lakes region of North America. The similarity was too precise to be coincidental. Morrison found himself comparing the manuscript drawings to botanical surveys conducted in Michigan and Wisconsin during the 19th century. The matches were startling. Whitefield tried to maintain his skepticism. He argued that medieval scribes often drew plants from imagination rather than direct observation. Fantasy flora was common in illuminated manuscripts. The strange architectural drawings could represent idealized structures rather than real buildings. But the technical precision bothered him. The plant drawings showed detailed knowledge of botanical anatomy. The architectural plans included engineering specifications that suggested actual construction experience. This was not the work of imaginative scribes creating decorative illustrations. The astronomical sections provided the most troubling evidence. Whitefield consulted with Dr. Robert Sterling, a historian of medieval astronomy at Harvard. Sterling had studied star charts and celestial diagrams from across Europe. He understood how different regions depicted seasonal changes and planetary movements. The astronomical observations in the Voynich Manuscript were accurate for a latitude that corresponded to the northern Great Lakes region. The seasonal patterns matched the night sky as seen from somewhere around the 45th parallel. European astronomical texts showed different star positions and seasonal variations. Sterling performed careful calculations. The celestial observations in the manuscript could not have been made from any location in medieval Europe. The mathematical precision suggested astronomers who had spent years studying the night sky from a specific geographic position in what would later become the northern United States. Whitefield found himself facing an impossible conclusion. The evidence suggested that the Voynich Manuscript had been created by people who lived in North America. People who possessed sophisticated knowledge of local flora, advanced architectural principles, and precise astronomical observation techniques. The skeptics had always assumed that any advanced medieval manuscript must European origins. The idea of pre-Columbian American civilization producing such sophisticated work challenged fundamental assumptions about historical development. Academic careers had been built on the premise that complex written traditions required European cultural foundations, but the evidence kept pointing in the same direction. The plants were American. The astronomical observations were American. The architectural styles matched no known European tradition. Even the pigments, when analyzed, contained minerals that were more readily available in North America than in medieval Europe. Whitfield published a carefully worded paper questioning the manuscript's supposed European origins. He suggested that further investigation might reveal more complex historical connections between medieval America and Europe than previously understood. The paper was largely ignored by mainstream medieval studies departments. The academic establishment preferred the traditional narrative. A mysterious European manuscript was intellectually manageable. An advanced pre-Columbian American text raised questions that nobody wanted to answer. Father Michael Brennan had spent 30 years in the Jesuit archives when he first saw the photographs. The year was 1987. A colleague from Georgetown had sent him copies of pages from the Voynich Manuscript. Brennan was supposed to help identify any religious symbolism that might connect the text to medieval European monasteries. He recognized the symbols immediately, not from European manuscripts, from journals hidden in the basement of St. Mary's Mission in Michigan. The Jesuits had been in North America since 1611. They had worked among the Ojibwe, the Huron, the Iroquois. They had learned languages that had no written form. They had documented customs that predated European contact by centuries. They had also learned when to stay quiet about what they found. Brennan pulled the St. Mary's journals from their climate-controlled storage. The leather covers were dark with age. The pages smelled like pine smoke and old ink. Father Jacques Marquette had written most of the entries between 1668 and 1675. Marquette had traveled the Great Lakes region. He had mapped rivers that appeared on no European charts. He had also documented something else. The native native healers possessed books, not books made of paper or parchment, books made of birch bark and deerskin, books filled with symbols that looked like no European writing system. The symbols depicted plants in extraordinary detail. They showed star patterns that matched the northern sky. They contained diagrams of structures that resembled no known architectural tradition. Marquette had copied some of the symbols into his journal. He had tried to understand their meaning. The healers had been willing to share certain knowledge. They had explained that the books were very old, older than their grandmothers could remember. The knowledge had been passed down through generations of women who understood the language of growing things. Brennan compared Marquette's copied symbols to the Voynich photographs. The resemblance was unmistakable. The plant drawings used the same artistic conventions. The astronomical diagrams followed identical principles. Even the human figures displayed similar proportional relationships. He found more evidence in other Jesuit records. Father Claude Allouez had written about similar books among the Menominee in 1669. Father Louis Hennepin had described elaborate pictographic texts among the Dakota in 1680. The Jesuits had encountered advanced written traditions throughout the Great Lakes region. They had documented these discoveries in their private correspondence. They had never shared the information with European scholars. The reason was simple. European intellectual tradition assumed that complex writing systems required classical education. The idea that indigenous Americans had developed sophisticated symbolic languages challenged fundamental theological assumptions. If native peoples possessed advanced knowledge systems, it complicated the missionary narrative. It suggested that divine revelation might not be exclusively European. Brennan understood why his predecessors had remained silent. The Jesuit order valued careful observation and precise documentation, but they also understood political reality. Certain discoveries could undermine the entire colonial project. Better to record the truth quietly and wait for a more receptive audience. He decided to contact Professor Whitfield at Yale. The two men met in New Haven during the winter of 1988. Brennan brought photos Jesuit journals. Whitefield brought his analysis of the Voynich botanical illustrations. They spread the documents across a table in Sterling Library's reading room. The connections were overwhelming. The plant species matched. The symbolic systems aligned. The astronomical observations corresponded to northern latitude viewing positions. Everything pointed to the same conclusion. The Voynich Manuscript represented a tradition of indigenous American knowledge that predated European contact by centuries. Whitefield asked why the Jesuits had never published this information. Brennan explained the institutional pressures. The Catholic Church had invested heavily in the narrative of bringing civilization to the New World. Evidence of existing sophisticated knowledge systems would have complicated that story. The Jesuits had chosen to preserve the truth quietly rather than challenge the dominant narrative directly. They agreed to collaborate on a joint paper. Brennan would provide the historical Jesuit documentation. Whitefield would contribute his botanical and astronomical analysis. Together, they would present evidence that the Voynich Manuscript originated in pre-Columbian North America. The paper was never published. Brennan received instructions from his superiors to discontinue the research. Whitefield found his access to the Beinecke library mysteriously restricted. The institutional machinery that had protected certain secrets for 400 years continued to function smoothly. Brennan retired from active scholarship in 1991. He spent his remaining years tending the mission garden at St. Mary's. He grew plants that appeared in both the Jesuit journals and the Voynich Manuscript. Wild ginger, bloodroot, trout lily, plants that had been healing people in North America long before Europeans arrived. He never spoke publicly about his research, but he kept copies of everything. Hidden in the same basement where Marquette's journals had waited for 3 centuries. Some truths he understood required patience. They waited for the right moment to emerge into the light. The trees remember what people choose to forget. Near the old Jesuit mission site in northern Wisconsin, the white pines grow in patterns that make no sense to modern foresters. They curve around empty spaces where no buildings stand today. Their roots avoid found stones. Local botanists noticed this decades ago. The trees seemed to be growing around something that was no longer there, something that had been important enough to shape the forest for 300 years. The Menominee elders knew why. Their grandparents had told them about the place where the black robes kept their picture books. The place where Native women came to share their plant knowledge with men who wrote everything down. Carbon dating should have settled the question of the Voynich Manuscript's age once and for all. The University of Arizona tested samples of the vellum in 2009. The results placed the manuscript's creation between 1404 and 1438, medieval Europe. Case closed. But carbon dating only tells you when the animal died, not when someone turned its skin into writing material, not when someone finally used that vellum to create a book. The Jesuits had always been practical about supplies. They brought what they could from Europe. They made what they needed from local materials. But sometimes they saved things, stored them, waited for the right project. The mission records from St. Mary's show regular shipments of writing materials from France throughout the 1600s. Vellum, ink powders, binding materials, much more than they needed for their regular correspondence. The excess went into storage, carefully preserved in the dry basement rooms beneath the mission chapel, the same rooms where they kept the botanical specimens, the astronomical observations, the linguistic studies that mapped the grammar of languages Europe didn't know existed. Materials waited there for decades, sometimes longer, until someone had a project worthy of the finest European vellum. The ground itself tells a different story than the carbon dating. Soil samples from the old mission site contain traces of minerals that don't occur naturally in Wisconsin. Iron gall ink components, specific clay particles used in medieval paint preparation, but also native copper, wild indigo residue, plant materials that grow only in the Great Lakes region, the chemical signature of two worlds meeting in one place. Ground-penetrating radar revealed the foundations of buildings that appear on no official maps. Rectangular stone structures beneath what should be empty forest. The size and layout match descriptions in Marquette's hidden journals. workshops where European techniques merged with native knowledge, where women who understood the secret properties of local plants worked alongside men who knew how to preserve that knowledge in permanent form. The radar images show something else. Burn patterns in the soil. Evidence of fires hot enough to melt metal. The kind of fires that destroy evidence, that erase the traces of work that was never supposed to be documented. The Jesuits had learned to be thorough when institutional pressure required certain projects to disappear. But fire doesn't reach everything. Seeds survive in the soil for centuries, waiting for the right conditions to sprout. Botanists working near the old mission site have found plants growing that shouldn't exist in Wisconsin. European herbs that somehow established themselves in American soil. Native species growing in patterns that suggest deliberate cultivation. The ghost of a garden that once bridged two botanical traditions. The trees that curve around empty spaces are mostly white pine, but scattered among them are specimens that puzzle forestry experts. European larch that somehow survived Wisconsin winters for 300 years. Their growth rings tell stories of careful tending in their early decades. Someone had protected these foreign trees, helped them adapt to American soil, created a living library of plants from both worlds. Water leaves its own testimony. The small creek that runs past the mission site changed course sometime in the late 1600s, not from natural erosion. Someone had diverted it deliberately, created a mill race that powered machinery the official records never mention. Paper mills, ink grinding equipment, the infrastructure needed to create books that were supposed to look like they came from medieval Europe. The diverted creek still runs in its artificial channel. 3 centuries later, the water still follows the path someone carved for it, still serves purposes that ended before most people alive today were born. The landscape holds memory longer than human institutions, longer than the policies that decide which truths get preserved and which get buried. Even the wildlife remembers. Deer avoid the old foundation sites. Birds nest differently in the trees that grew around vanished buildings, as if some echo of human activity still shapes their behavior. as if the land itself knows that important work happened here. Work that was never supposed to be forgotten completely, only hidden until the right moment came to bring it back into the light. The Cherokee Nation keeps records differently than universities do. Their oral historians don't file papers in climate-controlled vaults. They carry stories in memory, passed down through generations like family recipes. Stories that universities would call folklore. Stories that might be the most accurate historical accounts anyone has preserved. In the mountains of North Carolina, there's a story about the picture book, not the Voynich Manuscript by name. The Cherokee storytellers never heard that European label. They call it the plant book, the medicine book, the book that came from the people who lived by the great waters before the white settlements spread inland. The story goes back to the time when different tribes still moved freely across the continent, when knowledge flowed along trading routes that connected the Atlantic coast to the Great Lakes. Before borders got drawn on maps, before anyone decided which cultures were allowed to keep their books and which had to hide them, a Cherokee medicine woman named Ayana kept detailed records of her work, drew pictures of healing plants, wrote notes in symbols that looked like no European alphabet. Her granddaughter still lives in the mountains near Asheville, still keeps some of those original drawings that look remarkably similar to the botanical illustrations in the Voynich Manuscript. The symbols match too closely to be coincidence. Curved lines that spiral like water. Geometric patterns that mirror the designs Cherokee women wove into baskets. Plant diagrams that show root systems the way indigenous healers understood them, not the way European botanists drew flowers for decoration. Iana's story includes details that historians never recorded. She traveled north in the summer of 1682, visited the Ojibwe communities around the Great Lakes, learned from their medicine keepers, brought back knowledge about plants that grew in colder climates, plants that could treat illnesses the southern tribes rarely encountered. The trip took her through territories where Jesuit missions had been established, where European priests were learning indigenous languages, where cultural exchange happened in ways the official church records documented, where native healers and European scholars might have collaborated on projects that neither group could have completed alone. When Ayanna returned to Cherokee territory, she brought more than just new plant knowledge. She carried stories about a great book, a collection of healing wisdom that combined the knowledge of many tribes, written in symbols that could be understood by medicine keepers from different nations. Even if they spoke different languages, the book was being created somewhere near the great waters, in a place where indigenous knowledge and European bookmaking techniques came together, where native healers worked with people who knew how to make paper and ink that would last for centuries, where ancient wisdom got preserved in forms that could survive the cultural destruction that everyone could see coming. Ayanna's granddaughter keeps those stories alive, tells them to visitors who come seeking information about traditional Cherokee medicine. Most people assume the stories are metaphorical, spiritual teachings wrapped in historical narrative. But some details are too specific to be pure legend. The description of the book matches the Voynich Manuscript exactly. Vellum pages covered with mysterious symbols, botanical illustrations that show plants in ways European artists never learned to draw them, astronomical charts that reflect indigenous understanding of seasonal cycles, human figures that represent healing practices specific to North American tribes. The Cherokee stories include information that scholars have never published, details about how the book was created, where the materials came from, why the symbols were chosen, what the illustrations actually mean to people who understand the cultural context they emerged from. According to Cherokee oral history, the book was never meant to be hidden. It was supposed to be a bridge between cultures, a way to preserve indigenous knowledge in forms that European institutions would respect and protect, a collaboration that could have changed how different peoples understood each other. But something went wrong. The political situation changed. The people who were supposed to protect the book decided it was safer to hide its true origins, easier to claim it came from medieval Europe than to acknowledge that North American indigenous peoples had created something that's sophisticated, something that challenged challenged European assumptions about civilization and knowledge. The Cherokee remember what happened next, how the book disappeared from the communities where it was created, how it surfaced decades later in European collections, how its true history got buried under layers of academic speculation and institutional politics. Other tribes have similar stories. The Ojibwe remember the plant book. The Haudenosaunee have oral traditions about collaborative projects with European scholars. The Beinecke tell stories about books that got hidden when the missions closed. Different names, different details, but the same pattern. Indigenous knowledge preserved in European formats, then hidden when acknowledging its true origins became politically inconvenient. The stories survived in oral tradition, waiting for someone to listen, waiting for the right moment to reveal what really happened to the book that shouldn't exist. Professor Margaret Whitmore kept careful records. She had to. When you study indigenous manuscripts at a major university in 1962, every page you examine gets documented. Every photograph you take gets cataloged. Every question you ask gets written down in triplicate. The Yale librarian handed her the Voynich Manuscript on a Tuesday morning in October. She signed for it like any other research material. Rare Books Reading Room, Table 7, white cotton gloves, no pens allowed. Standard procedure for handling medieval documents. But Margaret wasn't looking at the manuscript the way other scholars did. She wasn't trying to decode the mysterious text or identify the strange plants. She was looking at the paper itself, the binding techniques, the way certain symbols matched patterns she'd seen in Ojibwe pictographs from the Great Lakes region. Her notebook from that week still exists, locked away in a private collection now, but 3 pages were photocopied before it disappeared. The handwriting is precise, methodical. October 15th, 1962. Watermark analysis suggests North American manufacture. Paper composition inconsistent with European medieval standards. Binding thread appears to be sinew rather than hemp. She took photographs, not of the famous botanical illustrations that everyone wanted to see. Margaret photographed the corners where pages had been repaired. The the spine where different binding materials met. The places where someone had tried to make the book look older than it was. Her camera captured something nobody else had noticed. In the margin of folio 78, barely visible unless you knew what to look for, someone had drawn a tiny turtle, not part of the original manuscript, added later in different ink. The turtle faced east, the way Haudenosaunee artists traditionally oriented their clan symbols. Margaret knew what she was looking at. This wasn't a medieval European manuscript. This was indigenous North American work, carefully disguised to look European. The turtle was a signature, a way for the original creators to mark their work, even when they couldn't claim credit for it. She wrote letters to colleagues. Dr. James Clearwater at the University of Minnesota had studied similar binding techniques in Ojibwe sacred texts. Professor Sarah Blackhorse at Arizona State specialized in indigenous knowledge preservation during the colonial period. Margaret wanted to compare notes, share photographs, build a case for the manuscript's true origins. The letters never got answered. Because Margaret Whitmore stopped coming to work 3 days before Thanksgiving, 1962, the official story was simple: family emergency. Her sister in Oregon had taken ill. Margaret needed to care for her indefinitely. The university forwarded her final paycheck to a Portland address. Her apartment was cleaned out by professional movers. Her research materials were returned to the appropriate departments. But her neighbor in New Haven remembered differently. Margaret had mentioned no sister, no family in Oregon. The morning she disappeared, 2 men in dark suits had visited her apartment. They spoke quietly on the front steps for 20 minutes. Margaret packed 1 small suitcase and left with them. Her car stayed in the driveway for 6 weeks before the landlord had it towed. The photographs Margaret took were never returned to the Beinecke Library's files. Her notebook disappeared from her office. The letters she'd written to other scholars were intercepted before delivery. 3 universities received phone calls explaining that Professor Whitmore's research had been classified for national security reasons. Dr. Clearwater in Minnesota got a visit from federal agents. They explained that certain indigenous artifacts were considered sensitive materials, that academic research into their origins could compromise ongoing government negotiations with tribal nations, that it would be better for everyone if he forgot about Margaret's inquiries. Professor Blackhorse received a similar warning. Her department chair suggested she focus on less controversial topics. Pottery techniques, perhaps. Traditional weaving patterns. Nothing that might challenge established historical narratives about European cultural superiority. The turtle in the margin of folio 78 was painted over sometime in early 1963. A careful restoration, they called it, removing later additions that had compromised the manuscript's medieval authenticity. The tiny symbol disappeared under a layer of period-appropriate ink, but Margaret had photographed it first. 3 copies of that image survived in different locations. One in her personal papers, seized by federal agents. One in the files of a colleague who kept quiet for 30 years. One hidden in a safety deposit box in Hartford, discovered only when the bank was demolished in 1995. The photograph shows what Margaret saw. The turtle facing east, the different ink composition, the careful way someone had marked their work for future generations to find. A signature hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right scholar to notice. Margaret Whitmore was never seen again. Her sister in Oregon, when finally contacted, had never heard of her. The Portland address led to an empty lot. The federal agents who visited her colleagues had no record of their visits in any official files. Some mysteries solve themselves when the right person asks the right questions. Others disappear along with the people brave enough to ask them. The Whitmore family still gathers every Thanksgiving in a farmhouse outside Mystic. 4 generations around the same oak table their great-grandfather built in 1892. The youngest ones fidget with their phones, while the elders pass down stories like heirloom silverware. Some tales get polished with each telling. Others fade until only fragments remain. Margaret's story lives in the spaces between the official version and what really happened. Her niece Sarah remembers the phone calls that stopped coming in 1963, the Christmas cards that never arrived, the the way her mother would change the subject whenever someone mentioned Aunt Maggie's work at Yale. But Sarah also remembers the trunk in the attic, the one her mother claimed held winter clothes, but was always locked. When Sarah finally opened it in 1987, after her mother's funeral, she found something that changed everything she thought she knew about her family. Bottles of ink, dozens of them, small glass vials with cork stoppers, each one labeled in Margaret's careful handwriting. Oak gall extract, iron sulfate solution, gum arabic suspension. The ingredients for medieval ink, prepared according to recipes that hadn't been used for centuries. Sarah had studied chemistry in college. She recognized the compounds immediately. These weren't modern reproductions bought from an art supply store. Someone had ground oak galls by hand. Someone had extracted iron from medieval sources. Someone had prepared authentic 13th century ink using methods that required months of careful preparation. The trunk held more than ink. Pressed flowers wrapped in tissue paper. Specimens that Margaret had collected from places that shouldn't exist. Plants that grew in the margins of the Voynich Manuscript, but nowhere in the known botanical record, except these samples were real, dried and preserved with scientific precision. Sarah found her great-aunt's journal buried beneath the specimens. The entries began in 1961, when Margaret first gained access to the manuscript. They ended abruptly in March 1963, 3 weeks before she disappeared. The journal told a different story than the one Yale preferred. Margaret hadn't been studying the manuscript's European origins. She had been tracing its American roots, following a trail that led from the Beinecke library to colonial settlements along the Connecticut River. The ink recipes came from a Jesuit mission that operated near Hartford from 1650 to 1675. Father Jean-Baptiste Moreau had learned the old methods from scribes in France before sailing to the New World. His mission records, stored in archives that few scholars ever visited, described the painstaking process of creating medieval ink in the American wilderness. Oak galls were harder to find in Connecticut forests. The iron sources were different. Father Morrow had adapted the ancient recipe using local materials. His ink looked medieval, but carried the chemical signature of New England soil. Margaret had tested samples from the Voynich Manuscript using techniques that wouldn't be invented for another decade. Her journal described equipment she had built herself, spectrometers assembled from spare parts, chemical analysis methods that she developed in secret. The results were clear. The ink in the manuscript matched Father Morrow's adapted recipes perfectly. Not just similar, identical, down to trace minerals that existed only in Connecticut river clay. But Margaret had discovered something else. The manuscript's vellum came from animals that had never lived in Europe. The protein analysis showed markers specific to North American deer. The parchment had been prepared using techniques that combined European methods with indigenous knowledge. Sarah found correspondence between Margaret and tribal historians from across New England. Letters written in careful academic language, but carrying an undercurrent of shared understanding. The Cherokee scholar who had identified plant drawings as species that grew only in the Appalachian foothills. The Ojibwe elder who recognized symbols that appeared in pre-contact pictographs. The last journal entry described a meeting scheduled for March 15, 1963. Margaret was supposed to present her findings to a small group of colleagues. The location was listed as Sterling Library, basement level, room B47. A room that doesn't appear on any official floor plans. Sarah drove to New Haven on a gray October morning in 1987. She walked through Sterling Library like a tourist, noting the room numbers as she passed. Be led to B48 with no door in between. The space where B47 should have been was just wall, solid stone blocks that looked like they had been there since the building's construction. But the janitor who had worked there since 1955 remembered differently. He remembered a small room with no windows, a place where professors sometimes held private meetings. He remembered the morning they sealed it up. March 16, 1963. The day after Margaret Whitmore disappeared. The university records showed no renovation work that week. No construction permits. No official reason for sealing a room never officially existed. Sarah kept her gray tant's journal for 23 years before deciding what to do with it. The ink bottles sit in her own attic now, still sealed, still waiting for someone brave enough to test their secrets. The botanical drawings in the Voynich Manuscript tell a story that most scholars prefer to ignore. They show plants that don't exist in medieval Europe. Plants that grow wild along the shores of Lake Superior and in the wetlands of northern Michigan. Plants that the Ojibwe people have used for medicine and ceremony for countless generations. Dr. Elena Vasquez spent 15 years studying those strange botanical illustrations. She worked quietly, methodically, comparing each drawing to known plant species from around the world. Her office at the University of Wisconsin became a greenhouse of possibilities. Pressed flowers from 6 continents lined her walls. Field guides in 12 languages crowded her shelves. The breakthrough came on a cold morning in February 2003. Elena was walking through the Apostle Islands, collecting samples of winter-hardy sedges. The ice stretched like white glass between the islands. Her breath made small clouds in the bitter air. She knelt beside a cluster of plants that had somehow survived the freeze. The leaves were exactly the shape she had memorized from page 34 of the manuscript. The root system matched the careful drawing on page 67. Even the way the stems twisted around each other was identical to the mysterious illustration that had puzzled botanists for decades. Wild rice grows in shallow lakes across northern Minnesota and Wisconsin. The manuscript shows this plant in perfect detail, down to the way the grain heads bend in late summer. But wild rice was unknown in medieval Europe. The first European explorers wouldn't encounter it until the 1600s, when French traders learned to harvest it from Ojibwe guides. Bloodroot blooms white in early spring throughout the Great Lakes region. The manuscript artist drew its distinctive leaf shape with scientific precision. They knew how the root bleeds red when cut. They understood which part of the plant the healers used and which part they avoided. This knowledge took generations to accumulate. It wasn't something a European monk could have guessed. Sweetgrass grows in the wetlands near Lake Michigan. The manuscript shows bundles of it, carefully braided, exactly as the Anishinaabe people have prepared it for ceremonies since time beyond memory. The artist knew that sweetgrass holds its scent when dried properly. They drew the braiding pattern that keeps the grass tight and prevents it from falling apart. Alina found 17 plants in the manuscript that grow naturally in the Great Lakes region. None of them existed in medieval Europe. None of them would have been available to European scholars until centuries after the manuscript was supposedly created. The evidence was clear as spring water. Someone who lived near these lakes had drawn these plants from life. The Ojibwe elder Mary Kingbird looked at Alina's photographs with quiet recognition. She pointed to the drawing on page 89 and spoke a word in her own language. Wish Kobai Mashkasiu, the sweet flag that grows where the water meets the land. Her grandmother had taught her to find it by the smell. Sweet and sharp, like medicine and memory combined. Mary's great-grandmother had told stories about the picture book, the one made by the woman who came from across the water but stayed to learn the old ways. She married into the band and raised children who spoke both languages. She drew the plants her new family showed her. She learned their names and their uses and their seasons. The manuscript pages show seasonal knowledge that takes years to acquire. The artist knew when each plant flowered and when it went to seed. They understood which plants grew together and which ones needed different soil. They drew root systems that you can only see by digging carefully with your hands. This wasn't the work of a European scholar copying from dried specimens. This was the patient observation of someone who had walked these shores through many seasons, someone who had knelt in the mud to examine root structures, someone who had tasted the plants and learned their properties through careful trial and gentle error. The carbon dating that placed the manuscript in medieval times might have been measuring the parchment, not the ink. Vellum could be stored for centuries before use. Medieval parchment could have made its way to colonial America through trade or migration. The substrate was old, but the knowledge drawn upon it was distinctly American. Alina published her findings in a small botanical journal that few people read. lake's flora was filed away as an interesting coincidence. The official story remained unchanged, but the plants remember. They grow in the same places they always have. Wild rice still bends in the autumn wind. Bloodroot still bleeds red when the earth warms. Sweetgrass still holds its sacred scent through the long winter months. The manuscript captured their essence with the careful love of someone who knew them as neighbors. The truth lives in the drawings themselves, in the precise curves of familiar leaves, in the accurate details of roots and stems and flowers. The night air carries the scent of old paper and forgotten secrets. You stand in the courtyard of what was once the Jesuit college in Connecticut, where moonlight filters through bare branches like silver ink on dark parchment. The building is gone now, replaced by a strip mall and a parking lot. But the ground remembers what happened here. October 1912. The same moon that watches you now watched Father Benedict carry a leather satchel across this very spot. His footsteps echoed against brick walls that no longer exist. Inside the satchel, wrapped in oiled cloth, lay the pages that would never make it to Yale University. The pages that told too much of the truth. The manuscript had arrived at the college 3 days earlier. Not from a European monastery, as the world would later believe, but from the estate of a colonial family in western Massachusetts. The Whitmore family had kept it for generations, passing it down like a dangerous heirloom. They called it the Indian Book. The women of the family understood why it mattered. The men wanted it gone. Father Benedict had examined every page by candlelight. His hands trembled as he recognized the plants. Wild ginger from the Connecticut River Valley. Trout lily from the Berkshire Hills. Winterberry from the marshlands near Long Island Sound. These were not European species drawn from memory. These were American plants, drawn by someone who had touched them, smelled them, tasted them. The astronomical charts troubled him even more. The star positions matched observations from this latitude, not from any European monastery. The calendar calculations aligned with indigenous seasonal markers. The mysterious zodiac figures bore resemblance to clan symbols he had seen in Jesuit missionary reports from the Great Lakes region. it was the missing pages that sealed the manuscript's fate. 23 folios that contained maps, detailed drawings of river systems that could only be the Connecticut, the Hudson, the Susquehanna, settlements marked with symbols that predated European arrival by decades, trade routes between tribal nations, sacred sites that the church had spent a century trying to erase from memory. Father Benedict knew what those maps could do. They would prove that complex astronomical and botanical knowledge existed in America long before Columbus. They would validate indigenous claims to lands that had been taken. They would suggest that the manuscript was not a medieval European curiosity, but evidence of sophisticated pre-Columbian American scholarship. The fire burned low in the college courtyard that October night. Father Benedict fed the pages one by one to the flames. The maps curled and blackened. The star charts crumbled to ash. The botanical drawings of sacred plants disappeared in wisps of smoke that rose toward the same stars their creators had once observed and recorded. He kept only the pages that could pass for European, the fantastic plants that looked alien enough to be dismissed as imagination. The astronomical charts that were ambiguous enough to suggest any latitude. The mysterious figures that could be interpreted as medieval alchemy rather than indigenous wisdom. The remaining manuscript would travel to Europe, where Wilfrid Voynich would purchase it from a Jesuit college library. The story of its European provenance would be carefully constructed. Documents would be forged. Witnesses would be coached. The trail back to Connecticut would be erased as thoroughly as the missing pages had been burned. But paper burns completely. Memory does not. The night wind still carries whispers of what was lost. The ash from those pages settled into the soil where you stand now. It nourished the roots of oak trees that still grow here. It became part of the earth that remembers everything. The missing pages contained the key to understanding the manuscript's true purpose. Not a medieval book of secrets, but a colonial attempt to preserve indigenous knowledge before it could be lost forever. Someone had recognized the value of traditional botanical and astronomical wisdom. Someone had worked to save it in the only way they knew how. disguising it as European scholarship. The 23 missing folios would have changed everything. They would have revealed the manuscript as what it truly was: a bridge between worlds, a preservation of American knowledge in European dress, to the wisdom that thrived on this continent long before anyone thought to look for it in monastery libraries across the ocean. The fire that consumed them burned for hours. Father Benedict watched until the last ember died. Then he gathered the remaining pages, wrapped them carefully, and began the long process of creating a legend that would hide the truth for more than a century. Above you, the same stars shine that guided the original creators of the manuscript. They witnessed the knowledge being recorded. They watched it being hidden. They saw it being burned. And they continue to shine on the secret that lies buried beneath your feet, in soil enriched by the ashes of pages that told too much truth for one small world to bear. The Beinecke Rare Book Library sits on Yale's campus like a marble tomb. Its walls glow amber when the sun hits them just right. Inside those walls, behind climate-controlled glass, the Voynich Manuscript rests in its custom case. Most days, scholars peer at it through thick windows. They take notes. They measure pages. They pretend they understand what they're looking at. But on October 13th, 1987, someone decided they'd had enough of pretending. The security guard found the broken window at 3:47 in the morning. A single pane of the library's outer wall had been cut with surgical precision. No alarms had sounded. The motion sensors never triggered. Whoever did this knew exactly how the building's systems worked. They'd gone straight to the manuscript's case. The lock had been picked with tools that left no scratches. The case opened like it had been designed to. Inside, they'd photographed every single page. The camera flash had left tiny burn marks on the manuscript's protective covering. 24 exposures, one for each remaining folio. Then they'd done something nobody expected. They'd left a note. The note was written on handmade paper. The ink came from oak galls and iron, mixed the old way. The handwriting matched samples from Colonial, Connecticut, circa 1720. Carbon dating would later confirm the paper's age. Someone had saved a piece of 300-year-old writing material for this exact moment. The message was simple. The truth belongs to the people who lived it first. Yale called the FBI. The FBI called specialists. The specialists found nothing useful. No fingerprints, no DNA, no trace evidence that led anywhere. The intruder had worn cotton gloves and soft-soled shoes. They'd moved through the library like smoke through a forest. But they'd made one mistake. They'd left footprints in the morning dew outside the building. The prints showed a distinctive wear pattern. Someone who walked on uneven ground. Someone who spent time in places where sidewalks didn't exist. The investigation led nowhere official. But word spread through certain circles. Native American scholars began asking questions about the manuscript. Botanical experts started comparing the mysterious plants to species found in the Great Lakes region. Linguists noticed similarities between the manuscript symbols and pictographs used by woodland tribes. Dr. Sarah Whitehorse was the first to speak publicly. She taught at the University of Connecticut. Her grandmother had been Mohegan. Her specialty was indigenous knowledge systems. She'd been researching the manuscript for months when the break-in happened. 3 days later, she published a paper that changed everything. She'd identified 17 plants in the manuscript. All of them grew within 100 miles of New Haven. None of them appeared in European botanical texts before 1650. The astronomical charts matched star positions visible from Connecticut in the early 1600s. The university tried to suppress her research. They claimed her methods were flawed. They questioned her credentials. They suggested she was seeing patterns that didn't exist. But other scholars began to listen. They started their own investigations. They found more connections, more evidence, more reasons to believe the manuscript had American origins. The break-in had done something unexpected. It had created a community of truth seekers, people who refused to accept the official story. They met in coffee shops near campus. They shared research through underground networks. They protected each other from academic retaliation. Yale responded by restricting access to the manuscript. They installed new security systems. They limited who could view the original pages. They claimed they were protecting a priceless artifact from further damage. Really, they were protecting a secret that had grown too big to contain. The break-in became legend among graduate students. They whispered about the mysterious intruder who'd risked everything to photograph forbidden pages. They speculated about what those photographs might reveal. They wondered if copies existed somewhere, waiting to be discovered. Some claimed to have seen the photos. They described details not visible in official reproductions. Hidden symbols, marginal notes, evidence that had been carefully edited out of public versions. The library installed motion sensors that could detect a mouse. They added pressure plates under the floors. They hired guards who worked in pairs. They created a fortress around a book that had once sat unprotected in a Connecticut farmhouse. But the damage was done. The break-in had planted seeds of doubt that grew into forests of questions. Students began researching colonial Connecticut with new eyes. They looked for connections between European settlers and indigenous peoples. They found evidence of collaboration that had been written out of history books. The manuscript secret was spreading like morning mist through a valley. It touched everything. It changed how people saw their own past. It made them wonder what other truths had been hidden in plain sight. Outside the Beinecke Library, the elm trees remember that October night. They felt the vibrations when the window broke. They witnessed the careful footsteps crossing the courtyard. They watched someone walk away carrying photographs that could rewrite history. The trees keep growing. The truth keeps spreading. Margaret Whitmore packed her grandmother's papers in 1987. She folded them carefully between sheets of tissue paper, birth certificates, land deeds, letters written in careful script. At the bottom of the trunk, wrapped in oiled cloth, she found something that made her hands shake. Her grandmother had been a Peabody, the family that owned the Connecticut farm where Wilfrid Voynich claimed to find his mysterious manuscript. But these papers told a different story. They spoke of visitors in the 1880s, men who came asking about old books, men who paid well for silence. Margaret was moving to Oregon. Her husband had taken a job at a timber company outside Portland. She could have left the papers behind, could have donated them to the local historical society. Instead, she carried them west like seeds from an old garden. The drive took 4 days. Margaret stopped at motels with thin walls and flickering neon signs. Each night, she spread the papers across polyester bedspreads. She read by lamplight about things that shouldn't exist. Her great-great-grandmother had written about a book with pictures of plants that grew nowhere on Earth, about symbols that hurt your eyes to look at, about visitors who spoke in languages that sounded like water over stones. The letters mentioned payment, gold coins that bore no mint marks, jewelry made from metals that stayed cold to the touch. Her ancestor had been paid to forget, paid to let scholars create a new story about where the book came from, paid to let them build a legend about European monasteries and medieval scribes. Portland in 1987 smelled like rain and sawdust. Margaret found a house near Mount Tabor with a basement that stayed dry. She built shelves down there, arranged her grandmother's papers like artifacts in a museum. The Oregon Historical Society had no interest in Connecticut farm records. The local university filed her letters under miscellaneous colonial documents. But Margaret kept reading. She learned that her family had been caretakers. The manuscript had lived in their barn for generations. Native visitors came to see it. They brought offerings, tobacco, carved stones, shells from distant oceans. They treated the book like something sacred. The Peabody women had learned to read some of the symbols, not the complex astronomical charts, not the botanical diagrams, but simple things, weather patterns, seasonal markers, instructions for ceremonies that connected the earth to the sky. Margaret's daughter Sarah grew up hearing fragments of this story. She thought it was family mythology, old women telling tales to make their lives seem more important. Sarah became a librarian at Portland State University. She specialized in rare books and manuscripts. She knew about the Voynich Manuscript, knew it lived at Yale. New scholars called it the most mysterious book in the world. In 2003, Sarah finally looked at her mother's papers with professional eyes. She saw what Margaret had been trying to tell her. The dates matched. The descriptions aligned. The family records contained details that had never been published. Details that suggested the manuscript had been in Connecticut long before Wilfrid Voynich claimed to discover it. Sarah began researching quietly. She contacted tribal historians in the Pacific Northwest. She found stories that echoed her family's papers. Stories about a picture book that had traveled from the eastern woodlands. A book that contained knowledge about plants and stars and the connections between all living things. The Warm Springs Reservation had oral traditions about such a book. Elders remembered their grandparents speaking of symbols that could teach you to read the language of growing things. They said the book had been hidden when the soldiers came, hidden so well that even its guardians forgot where it slept. Sarah published nothing. She wrote no papers. She made no grand announcements. Instead, she did what librarians do best. She preserved. She cataloged. She waited for someone who would understand. The truth lived in her basement now. Boxes of letters and photographs and careful notes. Evidence that the Voynich Manuscript had been created in America. That it represented a collaboration between European settlers and indigenous peoples. That it contained knowledge systems that predated Columbus by centuries. Sometimes Sarah dreamed about the book. She saw it as it must have been before scholars claimed it, before it was locked away behind climate controls and security systems. She saw it lying open in a Connecticut barn. Sunlight streaming through wooden slats. Dust motes dancing above pages that held the secrets of two worlds learning to speak the same language. The manuscript had become famous for being mysterious. But Sarah knew the real mystery wasn't what it said. The mystery was why its true origin had been buried so deep that even the earth forgot where it came from. Sarah Chen worked nights at the Beinecke Library for 37 years. She knew every manuscript in the collection like old friends. She could tell you which ones smelled like roses and which ones carried the scent of ancient smoke. The Voynich Manuscript lived in Vault MS 408. Climate controlled, temperature steady, humidity monitored every hour. But Sarah remembered when it first arrived. She was 23 then, fresh out of library school, eager to touch history with her own hands. The manuscript came in a wooden crate marked with shipping labels from Hartford. Not Rome, not Prague, Hartford, Connecticut. The paperwork told a different story. Official documents traced the book's path through European monasteries and private collections. Wilfrid Voynich had purchased it from the Jesuit college at Frascati in 1912. That was the story everyone believed. The story that made its way into textbooks and documentaries. Sarah had seen the real shipping records. She had held them in her hands before they disappeared into administrative files that somehow got misfiled, then lost, then forgotten entirely. The manuscript had traveled exactly 47 miles from a private estate in Farmington to its new home at Yale. She never told anyone what she knew. Not her colleagues, not the researchers who came seeking answers, not the documentary crews who filmed segments about medieval mysteries. Sarah understood that some truths were too dangerous to speak aloud, too complicated for a world that preferred simple stories. The manuscript itself seemed to know it was living a lie. Sarah noticed how it felt different on certain nights. Heavier, more present, as if it was trying to remember something important. She would sit with it during her late shifts, just the two of them in the climate-controlled silence. The strange plants on its pages seemed to shimmer under the reading lights. Dr. Elizabeth Hartwell visited the manuscript every few months. She was the only researcher Sarah trusted completely. Elizabeth never asked the obvious questions, never demanded translations or carbon dating results. Instead, she would spend hours studying the drawings, tracing the shapes of leaves with her finger, comparing botanical illustrations to field guides from the Great Lakes region. One night in November, Elizabeth brought something unexpected. A photograph from 1923. It showed a group of women sitting in a circle, Native American and European faces mixed together. They were working on something spread across their laps, something that looked remarkably like vellum pages covered in mysterious symbols. The photograph had been taken in northern Wisconsin, near a lake whose name had been lost when the government relocated the tribe. Elizabeth had found it in her grandmother's papers. Her grandmother, who had as a translator for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Her grandmother, who had kept careful records of things the government preferred to forget. Sarah studied the photograph for a long time. The women's faces were serious, concentrated. They were creating something important, something that needed to be preserved. The symbols they drew matched the ones in the manuscript perfectly. Not similar, identical. Elizabeth spoke quietly in the library's hushed atmosphere. She told Sarah about conversations with tribal elders, stories passed down through generations about a great collaboration, a time when knowledge flowed freely between worlds, when European botanical knowledge merged with indigenous plant wisdom, when symbols carried meanings that transcended language barriers. The manuscript wasn't medieval. It wasn't European. It was American, created sometime in the late 1600s or early 1700s. A record of cooperation between peoples who were supposed to be enemies, to what was possible when different ways of knowing came together. But proving it would require more than photographs and stories. It would require admitting that one of the world's most famous mysteries had been hiding in plain sight. That scholars had been looking in the wrong direction for over a century, that the truth had been buried under layers of colonial assumptions and academic pride. Sarah retired in 2019. She left behind detailed notes hidden in places only another librarian would think to look. Cross-references filed under obscure catalog numbers, photocopies tucked between pages of unrelated manuscripts, a trail of breadcrumbs for someone who might understand what they were seeing. The Voynich Manuscript still lives in Vault MS 408. Researchers still come seeking medieval secrets. Carbon dating still suggests European origins. The official story remains unchanged. But sometimes, late at night, when the library is empty and the security cameras sweep past, the manuscript seems to remember what it really is. Sarah left one final note, handwritten on library stationery, filed under a catalog number that doesn't officially exist. It contains just 7 words that change everything you thought you knew about America's most mysterious book. The note reads, "Ask the women who still remember how." thousands of secrets in climate-controlled silence. Researchers have gone home. Security guards walk their rounds past cases full of medieval treasures and colonial documents. The Voynich Manuscript rests in its vault like it has for decades. But now, you know what the scholars don't want to admit. You know about the women who drew plants that only grow near the Great Lakes. You know about the Jesuit missions that kept records in symbols older than Latin. You know about Sarah Chen and her hidden notes. You know about the Cherokee memory keepers and the Ojibwe elders who recognized the patterns. The truth sits there in Vault MS 408, waiting, patient as the forest that gave birth to its pages. The carbon dating might be wrong. The provenance might be manufactured. The whole story of European monasteries and medieval scribes might be one long academic fairy tale. America has always been older than we pretend. The land remembers things we forgot. Indigenous knowledge systems that Europeans couldn't understand, so they called them primitive. Women's botanical wisdom that got labeled as witchcraft. Hybrid cultures that grew in the spaces between worlds. The Voynich Manuscript might be the most American document ever created. Born from the collision of old world and new. Written by people who had to invent new ways of preserving knowledge when their old ways were being destroyed. Hidden in plain sight because nobody thought to look for medieval mysteries in colonial America. Think about what that means. For 400 years, scholars have been searching European libraries and monastery ruins. They've been looking for the manuscript's origins in places it never was. Meanwhile, the real story was growing roots in American soil, taking shelter in the spaces where different peoples met and shared what they knew. The women who created those botanical drawings weren't copying European texts. They were documenting the medicine plants they found along the shores of Lake Superior. The symbols weren't medieval cipher. They were a writing system that could bridge languages when survival depended on communication. The strange architecture wasn't fantasy castles. It was the hybrid buildings that grew up around trading posts and mission settlements. Sarah Chen understood this. She saw how the manuscript fit into the larger pattern of American mysteries, how indigenous knowledge got hidden behind European explanations, how colonial documents got backdated to seem more ancient and mysterious, how academic pride kept people from asking the right questions. Her notes are still there, waiting for someone else to find them, filed under catalog numbers that don't officially exist, hidden between pages of unrelated manuscripts. A trail of breadcrumbs for the next person who might understand what they're seeing. The manuscript itself seems to know. Late at night, when the library is empty, it remembers what it really is. Not a medieval mystery, not a European cipher, just a book created by people who needed to preserve their knowledge in a world that was changing too fast. The real mystery isn't what the Voynich Manuscript says. The real mystery is why we've spent so long refusing to see what it is. Why we needed it to be ancient and foreign instead of recognizing it as the product of American ingenuity. Why we looked across oceans for answers that were growing in our own soil. Some mysteries stay hidden because we're looking in the wrong places. Some truths get buried under assumptions we're afraid to question. Some stories survive by disguising themselves as something else entirely. The Voynich Manuscript will keep its secrets as long as scholars keep looking for medieval monasteries instead of colonial meeting grounds, as long as they search European archives instead of listening to the descendants of the people who might have created it, as long as they assume that mysterious knowledge had to come from somewhere else. But the truth is patient. It waits in library vaults and tribal memories. It grows in the spaces between official histories. It whispers in the voices of librarians who know where to look and elders who remember how to listen. Tonight, the manuscript rests in its climate-controlled case. The fluorescent lights hum their electric lullaby. Security cameras sweep past in their endless rounds. And somewhere in the darkness, the real story of America's most mysterious book continues to unfold. The land remembers. The people remember. The truth endures, even when we're not ready to hear it. Subscribe for a brand new mystery every night. One tap, and a new story is waiting for you tomorrow. Sleep well.